chat. Hello. Welcome. Today we have one goal. Make Coalescence work. And ideally, make Coalescence stop forgetting my session. There's two parts. One is telling my DNS server to fuck off and stop caching NX domain. And two is to implement a couple of the systems we've been working on. Want to make the alert system that I was looking at yesterday. And I have been thinking about a bit of an auto mod, which auto mod is all right, but I don't want to just take a message when somebody mentions cheap viewers at or best viewers at. I want them to be banned immediately. No quarter given to these bots. To the point where not even I will have to interact with it. We'll just see somebody fly across the screen and that'll be all. That's the hope, at least. Additionally, I do plan to release Coalescence. Maybe not in open source format. I haven't decided yet. But to do so, I need to kind of decouple a few things. So a lot of the systems depend on Twitch and OBS and etc. But you may not have those. It's not going to be like one full ecosystem. I want it to be like a plugin based system. So that, one, you don't need to have everything running if you don't want it. So if you don't want like the battle controller, which I still haven't finished, you don't need it, right? So I want to kind of split things apart a little bit, try to break dependencies. And one of the ways I started to do that after stream yesterday, I've started to make a generic messaging format, which will become the basis of our WebSocket API. So for example, now instead of something directly telling OBS, hey, update this scene item, it now happens over a broadcast message system. Also, I do recognize nothing is on screen. I'm not actually in Visual Studio at the moment. I'm clipping my nails. We're almost done, I think, actually. Yep. Cool. It had been a bit. Mainly because my nail clippers broke. Okay, well, they didn't break. I didn't have anything to cut the excess of my guitar strings. So I tried using some fingernail clippers, and it turns out the guitar string wins. It wins that, which was a surprise to me. I didn't think that the guitar strings were made out of like titanium, but fuck, I guess they are. Because my toenail clippers fucking they bit the dust. It's dead. There's a giant hole in it with a guitar string one. So I had to get new ones because every time I would clip my nails, there'd be like a hole in the clip of my nails where it would like still be attached. There'd still be like a little bit attached, right? I had to get new ones. Luckily, they're not expensive. $1.25 at Dollar Tree, so fuck it, right? Actually, I think they were $1.50, but now I have two. I don't know why they give you two. I guess one is for fingernails and one is for toenails. I don't know. I just work here. Anyway, it seems I was right about banning the guy yesterday because his account is deleted. So that's grand. Let's get down to the development. Coalescence is going to be on and off. Also, a few people have downloaded the software release yesterday, so I'm excited to see if they tell me it's a virus. Or if that message, dissuaded them from running it. I don't know. Suppose I could put them both on virus total because they're both free. They're both free with extremely permissive licenses. One of them is open source, the other one isn't. Maybe I'll upload the model optimizer code to GitHub. My GitHub account is empty. I have nothing on it. Let's get Visual Studio open. What? I press the button for Visual Studio, I get Outlook. I was on the wrong computer, but shut up. Coalescence time. Now I need to open OBS to get to the beam running. Actually, I want to take a quick second. I'm going to save the replay buffer. So it saves to replay.mkv. What is the format of replay.mkv? It is 183 megabytes, which makes me think it mayhaps includes much information. The file is not being copied. Or it has been copied multiple times. Has it been copied multiple times? No, it hasn't been copied ever. Please. Need it. I need it. Up this. But the thumbnail of this shows model key being kind of fucked. Let's see. What is the format of this? I need to switch to headphone audio. It includes all the audio tracks and the final video track. Okay. That's all good. It's crazy seeing my model in 60 FPS. Because when I am watching like the other monitor, I'm getting maybe 20 FPS because Remote Desktop isn't a full-time like video streaming system. Even though there's a 2.5 gig link, there's just not enough space in that 2.5 gigs. I think you need 10 gig to stream video cleanly, don't you? Because it's 1920 by 1080 by 3 color by 60 frames, and wait, what? 1920, 1080, 60 frames for pixels per second, 3 for bytes for uncompressed color data. That's only 373 megabits. What? That should be in the range. Could I send all of that information? I have enough bandwidth. I have more than enough bandwidth. Huh. Maybe I could, actually. Because each frame is only 6 megabytes. You would have enough time. Actually sending the data and getting it through with all of the TCP like checking and stuff, that's to be seen, but you would have enough bandwidth for a direct message system. Although you wouldn't have any way to I mean, I guess you'd have to agree on a pixel format. Hmm. Could also use like a GIF type thing to, if you like identify a portion of the screen that isn't being updated, to reduce the data rate significantly, which I think is what Remote Desktop does. I think it does some sort of check to determine what hasn't updated, and then sends only the pixels that have updated. Because it is more than VNC, it is very, very, very like clean looking. It doesn't have compression on things that aren't moving. In fact, it barely even looks like the video stream is compressed at all. It looks great, actually. It will not let me focus Visual Studio. Please. I just want to do development. Okay. Now I open Coalescence. I click the control surface, switch to main scene, and then close Coalescence. Sick. Okay. Welcome to the main scene. Okay. So what I was working on is the broadcast message system. So it now has a process message endpoint, which will take model change or change URI. Or model change, wait, namespace should have been VTube Studio. I might need to go down to the VTube Studio model switcher then. Actually, no, I'm wrong. It should be model change. It doesn't hold its history anymore. Model change, change URI. Or if you prefer, URI. All right. So what I want to do is because now the question is, what is the I mean, I guess you could register a setting for it. It gets difficult for who is to handle the swapping of the scene in OBS. Does the model switcher do it? Does OBS do it? It's not super clear, actually. I also want to make these event subscriptions to be messages that are distributed from Twitch. Let's see. When we do VTube Studio model switcher, I don't think any of these do the generic system. Hold on. Too much going on in this file. Yeah, because I want to change this to be, I want to change all of the Twitch code to be handled only within the Twitch subsystem and not anywhere else. And the thing with the message system is, if the like owning module isn't present, just nothing happens. It doesn't like throw an exception or anything. It just doesn't happen. That way, you don't need to know whether or not it works. And you also no longer need to have a reference to the systems you're interacting with, which is important because it's a plugin. It's like an ecosystem of plugins that don't know anything about each other. Also, start to genericize modules. Genericize isn't the right word, but make them unaware of each other. The idea now is that instead of having switchers, we don't do that. Instead, we emit a message. Let's do this. We want this. We'll call it emit or handle URI model change. I'm going to delete this. We don't know. We're not going to know if somebody replies. So there is no return value, which means this doesn't happen. This doesn't return anything. There is no switcher. Instead, we're going to do subsystem.broadcast new dictionary or new object. What did I call it? Message. So the type is change URI. The namespace is model change. The content, or actually the dictionary, equals a new dictionary with a key of URI is out model name. Is that right? I know VTube Studio is set to handle it. Message.content starts with VTS. So this is expecting a generic message. So we can change it to a generic message. Okay. So it will support model changes and expression changes through this API of generic messages. I do actually want to change these to be dictionary messages. Main reason I want to use dictionary messages like this is that one, they serialize to JSON objects, which is good. And two, they're more extensible than just a string of content because I can add more properties and they can use them if they know of them. So what we'll do is if message is dictionary message m, if m.contains m.dictionary.contains key name, if not contains key name, log received errand model change message, no key name in dictionary. Turn false, was not handled. Not there. Okay. This URI is going to equal not message.content, but if this could be message.dictionary or m.dictionary dot or at name as string. If URI is null, received errant model change message, key name was not a string. And that will also return false. Do I want it to be 2 parameters? I kind of want it to be kind of like a URL type deal where it can take parameters from the URL. Maybe I do that actually. Like I change it so that the query string is just can I do that? How do I get the dictionary of parts? This is like VTS. Okay, so out model name in the form of something like proto model ID question e equals value and e equals value. If I do URL coder, where do you find this? C# get query parameters from string from URI. So URI equals new of out model name URI.query var dict equals URI dot or system.web.http utility.get or parse query string in what type is dict? String to string, name value collection. We need to make this not a parameter directly. Then we do for each var kvp in dict message.dictionary.add kvp.key. Huh? The name value collection. What? Get key and then dict add key. Type is key. An object? Huh? Is key not always a string? Or deep dive in? Um, I'm pretty sure it's always a string, but we'll just take it. Okay, so now I've once again changed the format of all of the model change system paths. Now you cannot load a an expression like this. Okay. 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 I could put it on the receiving side handling it, but I would rather make it a list of dictionaries or a dictionary of values now because that makes it easier overall to do the thing. Hmm. Did I already break the dependency? I did. Okay. We don't actually have the thing to create a list of variables from settings. So we can either take that from here. We can actually just do this as a member of this. Okay. I have no idea if this is gonna work or not. We'll try it. I don't know what the idea of this one was. All right. Oh, I'm far too early for that. What? I am connected to Event Sub. Am I even getting events? Nope. Cool. Grand. Love it. My DNS server is dicking me again. Wait a second. Huh. Huh. I've discovered an issue. Uh, one moment. Sick. Definitely did not realize, just as I started typing my password, that it was being shown to everybody. Okay. Now that I'm not showing my password to everybody, we can continue. Not even getting the chat messages anymore. I haven't blasted that yet. Okay, fine. What if I do a model change? Nothing at all. All right, 1 second. Let me re-authenticate. Try again. Oh, it also might be waiting for my waiting for me to authenticate with VTube Studio. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So what I want to do is come here into the model change URI. I want to take out model name out model name equals out model name if out model name dot contains a question mark, and out model name equals out model name from 0 to out model name dot index of the question mark. Now it'll chop that question mark off of the model name. it wasn't authenticated. Um, it did work. Uh, it worked again. It did broadcast the message twice. Only ran it once. I don't know. Did it run it twice? Shouldn't have. Maybe it got the message twice. So I've had issues where Twitch's event sub will send the message multiple times. I think there's an issue with double subscription somewhere. Which I need to handle with probably better event sub management. Okay. So this no longer depends on Vignon or VTube Studio because it doesn't know about them. I'm actually going to very quickly. Is this gonna work? Please? No? Okay. How rude. I wonder what VTube Studio is receiving in that event. One more time. Okay, I suppose the model change subsystem isn't even receiving the message anymore. That's the thing. Like, if it fails for some reason, event sub gets unsubscribed, and I don't know why. Does the thread get stuck? I don't think so because I've looked through the threads before. I've never seen one get stuck. Is it even recognizing this as a command? Like, that's the really weird thing. It's like channel chat message just isn't coming through? No, it is. So what the hell's the deal? Huh? Oh my god, it's because there's a trailing space. You bastard. That's the dumbest reason I've ever seen for something not to work. Because the messages I'm sending don't have trailing. Well, one of them has. Actually, all but one of them have trailing spaces. That's so dumb. Yeah. Do we still hit no entry? Oh, model name is still. It still has a space. What the fuck? I put trim there. How is it? How is it untrimmed? It literally. Hold on. We're going back. String model name equals this command dot trim, right? Huh? There's more. What the fuck? How am I supposed to do that? How did I get a combining grapheme joiner in my shit? Here, I'm going to write it out again. No grapheme joiners in this. That's for sure. That's for certain. No, I'm not going to go to your shit ass website. Be gone. It has the joiner again. I wrote it again. And the out model name exists when you don't have some random fucking character that Twitch API dumped in your input. Crazy how that works. YouTube Studio not do the thing. Am I unauthenticated again? Or was it just not ready? Please? Now what's the problem? It's called Gremlin Keyboard. That's not what it's loading. What does VTube Studio see? Actually, it doesn't work with this, does it? Wait, this doesn't. Why am I? Is it even getting here? What? It's not even getting here. God fucking damn it. My DNS server lost the IP for Twitch. It's still not getting the message, is it? Let's see. The host name could not be parsed. An event sub. What the fuck do you mean the host name could not be parsed? All right, we're just gonna do it the dumb way because URI wants me to have an actual resource to hit, which I don't want. Which is the other reason it wasn't working. What's this one now? It's a space. Another I checked specifically for that. Nope, you're going back up. I literally have it set up that it gets deleted both from trim for if it's a space and from the weird ass thing that they put in, and there's still an invisible character at the end of the string. What is it then? No, we're gonna go to immediate. Fuck it. Model name dot two character array. It's a space. Command two character array. You diabolical piss. Okay. That's what I fucking thought. Now event sub is gone. It worked. Took a lot of tries. Now I just need to figure out why event subs being such a shitter. Wait, why is VTube Studio dependent on Twitch? It doesn't touch Twitch at all. Oh yes, this. I don't think it even touches Twitch. If I go in here and I blast the Twitch connection, I can't do that because it's running. What do you want? Okay, I don't care. Oh, that's right. This never will update. It's been a year. I have 246 warnings. Wow, that's a lot. How many of them are in each project? It's mainly Twitch. That doesn't surprise me. A lot of it is going to be things like nullability of fields after construction. Let's see. Yep. 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 What is this? Web request. NuGet complaining. Yeah, it's a lot of nullability things. I'm not super worried about the nullability problems at the moment. I don't think that's why things are being wacky. I can't remember how you're supposed to do these. Am I supposed to make them nullable like this, or? Yeah, okay. Huh? Library import. Hmm. Interesting. So instead of DLL import, we use library import and change it from extern to partial. Internal static. What? Hmm. Does this work? It does work. It works. All right. Does that work? Am I allowed to use simple types? Okay. So would I have something named Vignon client? Should probably like clean these up a little bit. There's a lot going on in these. Hmm. Okay. We need to replace this line on all subsystems. Um, because this no longer creates the log writer automatically. And the reason we've done that is that this makes the compiler stop yelling at us about not having assigned it, even though we literally have. Static code analysis is not strong enough to recognize that we've already done that. So we will just do it this way, which will force it to stop bitching. All right. Oh, that's basic subsystem. Okay. Our error list is down to only 54 warnings. Just put, yeah. That is a good idea. It would fix everything. Yeah. I like the way you think. Huh? That's not good. Now instead of starting it gives up. That's not good. I'm going to assume it's failing because of the new subsystem settings. Um I'm assuming that this directory.create directory is giving up and being like, no, I'm not doing it. That's not the right one. Here it is. Didn't create log writer. This is failing. Probably because this directory.create directory call. No? 2 months every 3 months projects? Yeah. I don't know why this doesn't work. This can't return null. Um, is it my DNS server caching the wrong point for Twitch again? We'll just clear that part of the cache and hope for the best. No. Okay, I've somehow managed to annihilate Coalescence. So let's start by doing the easiest solution that I can think of. Coalescence loads all of its apps from any DLL file starting with the word coalescence. So I'm just going to delete all of them except for core, OBS, Twitch, and audio, which are the 4 basic ones and the absolute minimum you need to use Coalescence. Does it start? Sequence contains no matching element. In core connect all first. Nothing loaded. Sequence contains no matching element. Does it include line numbers? No. Wait, yes. Connect all in line 175 of subsystem. Okay. Is that why? No. Now we're getting null reference exception. Not find Twitch IDY is dependency Twitch. Right. Wait, what? Couldn't find the dependency Twitch? But Twitch is right there. It's loaded. Huh? Wait a minute. Something's not right. What subsystems get loaded? There are 13. Actually, it's literally everything except for Twitch. Grand. There are 14 subsystems, and only 13 of them are being loaded. It is literally everything except for Twitch, without exception. I love. Wait, no, NAudio. No, NAudio is being loaded. It's just Twitch. Twitch is currently dicking me. Why? I mean, I know why. Actually, is bot interrupt there? No. So is bot interrupt in Twitch? No, bot interrupt is there. So it's literally just Twitch. What the fuck, Twitch? What do you want? Your problem. All right, where is Twitch? Right here. What's your problem? What's your deal? Do we ever hit this? Oh my god, it's because it doesn't create the log writer. I love programming so much. It's so great. I love how fucking pedantic my programs are. What the hell, man? It really is because Twitch didn't like have a log writer. It freaks the fuck out and blows up. Man, okay. What I might actually do is so we already have a function log instead of writing straight to the log writer. I might actually make the log writer private So instead of it being public abstract, it'll be private implementation. Because, and I know I literally just went through and fixed this on all of them, but we have log directory, which is constant and defined by the base class, and name, which is the name of this subsystem, and then get log file name, which means if I make the base class include name, right, then it can do the logging setup for us. And the subsystem does require a name anyway. So it's an abstract string, so we'll just make it a string name. Get private set. Private will not have a protected set. It'll just be get set. It'll be an auto property. Subsystem will now require a string name. And it will set this.name equals name. And then we'll do create or log writer equals create log writer of path.combine data directory name and then get log file name. Means now Twitch subsystem just calls base of Twitch. Doesn't define its name, doesn't define its own log writer, doesn't create its own log writer. And then it has all of that done by the underlying system. Gets rid of 2 members and 1 constructor line. Or all of the subsystems. Words are hard. We might even call the log all settings line automatically as well. But probably not, because the subsystems do actually have to handle their own settings. I can't do that for them. I already did that. The log writer. Or did I already delete that and just completely forgot? I have a tendency to do that. Okay, we're almost done here. I'm gonna change this to just be model change and not model change subsystem. because a subsystem does not need to define that it is a subsystem. That is extra information. Okay. Now all of the subsystems. Oh, about that. We actually need a reference to logwriter. I mean, we can make a protected function get logwriter. Actually, we could make it protected get private set. Works for me. Can you mark a member as sealed? Protected sealed logwriter? No. Not final, is it? No, that's Java. Okay. A bunch of random shit that this does. I might actually take a lot of these static things to a new type. Actually, I think these were ordered to be that the static ones are at the bottom. Yeah. This file is super messy. I guess everything about the subsystem thing is. I'm going to make the. I might change dependencies to be private set get, and then it's in the constructor. Or we may even get rid of the dependency system entirely. Because the dependency system is based on a messaging system that's going away. Because it used to be that you had to have them referenced. So like in StreamDice, right? It references OBS and audio, core. I mean, core is always going to be referenced, but audio and OBS. What I'm trying to do is set up a new messaging system where now you can broadcast a message, which should have been put in the static section, but that's okay. Which will send an object to all of the systems, and they can read it and do things based on what it says. The idea being that now we no longer need to have references to any of the systems. Because they will be the environment of Coalescence does not guarantee that everything is loaded. For example, you may not have, because this could be a plugin based thing. So you may not have another plugin, and it should not require you to have everything. For example, if you don't have like the audio thing, let's say you delete it. The audio is part of base, but let's say you delete it. It should be able to request that a sound plays and not have that request be fulfilled, rather than require you to have the audio system enabled and on to do the thing. Which is kind of what I'm going for here, that it should work in a degraded state instead of completely failing and or requiring you to have all of the plugins. So that's the plan. 1,000. $1,000 to start. Update interval milliseconds. Oh. Turn that down a little bit. But yeah, the idea is to eventually get rid of all of the references. And the dependency graph should be, for the most part, empty. Generally, dependencies will only be for things that like it just doesn't make any sense without. Like StreamDice is an entire application. It might even be set up. Actually, probably isn't, because OBS WebSockets isn't on that. computer is it? Or it's not set up for this computer. Is it? Hold on. No. Okay. So we're gonna have to make the stream dice scene really quick. This might work if we're lucky. Nope. Okay. So if I go to system settings, there are no settings. What? That's not what I expected. There should be settings. There are no settings. Oh dear. Where are the settings? Wasn't there a thing to set up the scene? Oh no. Oh no. I've not updated this in a while, have I? Ooh boy. Yikes. Okay. Um, we need to fix that. I can make this exist really quick though. So, let's see. Will it create a die one if it exists? I don't think so. Yeah. Okay, let's very quickly make this a thing. So it requires an image, which is die one, and a text is text one, which will be a philosopher, 32-point font. 36 is fine. A custom text extents of a 6432. That is not enough pixels. 128 by 64. Write 32 in it to prove that it exists. That it's to be that maybe that is too many pixels actually. The alignment to true center. Zoom in a lot because I can't see what I'm looking at. Run stream dice. Copy one to all slots. Okay. Here, we'll roll 10d4. Oh dear. It is struggling. A lot of ones. Hold on. There are 12 slots. That's not what I wanted to do. Die 11 is invisible for some reason. It's because there's no offset. 11 and 12 are always the equals in offset. I set the offset to about 1. The only thing that's a little worrying is that this is taking a long time to update. It's sending a lot of updates. Okay. So the problem is the dice, the resource base path is wrong, I guess. Don't tell me. Oh. 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 That's a problem. The resource base path is wrong because it's not on that computer. So it can't load the images. I didn't actually anticipate this. I should probably fix that. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna add a couple settings. We need the settings. So platform settings dot set default setting, scene name, call it stream dice scene name will be stream dice overlay. Actually it can be just a container name, it doesn't need to be a scene. Actually it does need to be a scene name, I think. Okay, we will add a stream dice. What else do I need? Resource path equals dot resources stream dice. What else do I need? I can't think. I'm just so bamboozled by the absolute atrocity of the code here. So scene name needs to be marked as not const and given in one of those. Cannot declare instance members in a static class. Oh dear. At the very least, I did here, we'll just do this. Okay, and then die controller dot scene private kernel dot scene name equals platform settings dot get setting stream dice scene name. That must exist. And we'll do the same for resource path. Okay. And the idea now is that those will be the things it uses. So if I come into Coalescence, I load the settings for stream dice, I can now set these to be sensible things. So, if I go to the Coalescence build folder, which will include all of the resources, we can copy in all of our dice. Now we take the absolute path of this folder, place it into the setting. We reload because the setting is only read on startup. We do stream dice, and we roll 10d4 with an offset of 1. Well, it really is struggling, isn't it? We'll roll d6 instead. No? I think the problem is... No, they're not even updating the image. Right. How do I fix that? I come to update die image, which I know is running. Update die resource. And I rolled d8s. Right. File list resource base path which is set to the right folder. No. Oh, that's so dumb. I forgot. I know what the problem is. It's so dumb. You know what it is? OBS WebSockets doesn't support backslashes and path names. They always must be forward slashes, with no exceptions. Otherwise, it blows up. So those updates aren't actually happening. This should work now, I think. Perfect. They're not quite spaced out correctly, but they do work, which is half of the game. But actually, what I'm going to do is I'm going to delete all of the die except for one, because I want to fix it to be the correct sizes and stuff. How large is this image? It is 80 by 80. So our text extends to be 80 by 80. And now we can hit copy die 1 to all slots. Move them accordingly. Why is it not attempting to align both of them to the top? So I rolled an 8 on all of them? Oh no, I just copied it. Actual dumbass move. Alright. Okay. I want to take these last two. Actually, I want to move all of them down a little bit. Be like right here. These two, we're going to drag over to the right. Because these two will be the offset and the total. But I want them to be exactly moved to the right, so I am actually just going to hold right until it's right. Okay. Now, I can reset this. We'll hide everything. I can roll one of each. There are 8 types of dice, so we'll roll... Wait, why is the offset not allowed to be negative? It's weird that it's lagging. I don't know why it's doing that. Because the dice resources are not updated again once it starts. It's just updating the text and the color, which should be happening in one update. OBS WebSockets.net should not be taking so long to write those. Unless it's lagging because I'm doing a lot of rendering. It just sometimes takes a lot of time to actually get there, and I don't know why. I could reduce the frequency that it changes when it rolls. We might do that. Another thing that's kind of weird is that if you roll like 2d20 or something, it looks really weird. I wonder why it's so slow. I wonder if it would be faster if I closed the remote desktop window. No. It's struggling. Oh well. We'll figure it out. Is it struggling on the window too? It is. I wonder if it's because it's waiting for these writes to finish. Well, no, it can't be because it doesn't even have the ability to check when it finishes. Unless the OBS system is actually struggling that hard to do the actual writing? I don't know. Very strange. I do need to open my remote desktop again. At the very least, it works. Even if it is in a degraded state. I don't know why it's failing, but it does work. Let me change this to have a negative minimum. Okay, so the maximum and minimum are set to 100 and 0. So I'm going to set this to 10,000 and the minimum of negative 10,000. Actually, we'll set it to negative 100. This is what the stream dice UI looks like. These are little animations where the dice like spin around a bit. It's the same thing you see on screen. Except the ones on the screen. Oh, is that not working? Also, congratulations on being first real here and making me drink water. How dare you? How dare you make... What? That's not how that works. Just tell me what model you want and I'll do it. This will be a fun test because I have recently destroyed... You want Foxwoman? Yeah, I just don't want to give her a name because I can't use the character. Why? Why not? Oh, that isn't helping. Okay, one moment. I have changed the name of the model change subsystem, so none of the settings are located in the same place, and it has decided that it actually has no models in the registry at all. Which isn't a problem. I just have to move a file. I just have to move these settings here. The log folder is not correct. That's a problem. None of the we'll just delete all logs. Extension is log. Gonna be a lot of logs. 5,928 logs are being deleted. Oh wow, it uses a lot of space. We're up to 500 megabytes of log data. I need to fix this really quick before I start this again. The create log writer does in here should be should combine log directory and not data directory. That the logs are not what do you mean it's opening Coalescence? Coalescence is closed. Okay, now we delete this folder after confirming it's been deleted. Okay. Well, that's embarrassing. No, I moved the model change registry, so it makes sense that it would be wrong. All right, I need to wait 8 seconds. And also check the remote desktop to see if VTube Studio is asking for authorization. I wish it would stop, but it won't. Okay, so this should be fine. Oh, I have a breakpoint here still. Up. Looks sad. I'm so sad that my model changed. It's so sad that Steve Jobs died of Ligma. Who the hell is Steve Jobs? Every time I see that. Okay, there is something wrong with the model. Let me change the frown point. Actually, I'm not sure. The problem is I have to be looking to the side to see. Hold on. Okay. I have an expression key set? Um, I legitimately don't know why I look so sad. Why am I sad? I don't know. Got a resting sad face. Um, God, I really wish that they would make a button to minimize all. You would just make the minimize all button. My life would hurt so much less. Alright, hold on while I minimize all of these one by one. This is the industry standard. Okay. The range for this model is set from negative or from 0.5 to 1.3 for smiling. My absolute maximum for smiling is 1. We'll do. I can actually go from 0.1 to 1. I'm trying to like determine what the minimum score I can get for smiling is. Not easy. Maybe she's just naturally frowny. No, the model parameters are set for a different type of tracking, I think. I can only get to like 0.2 reliably. Now the only problem is that the mouth open is very, very difficult, which is vBridger this time. Okay. Now it should be working at least a little bit. I think. I just work here. I don't know. I just work here. I have counter rotation. Which I always thought looked creepy. Doesn't it? I don't know. But yes, this is my first appearance as the fox woman, which is still having trouble with mouth open. We're just gonna fucking crank up the sensitivity. Oh wow. Actually, the sensitivity is already pretty high. I mean, it does actually match kind of well, but vBridger is not giving very much output at all. I don't want to set vBridger to be like very high for it though. Against my better judgment, we're setting the main or the threshold to 0.2 instead of 0.5. It's still not even really working that much. Oops. Here's what we're gonna do. vBridger. Does this work? It's still like Hmm. the So I can't actually make it depend on both microphone. Wait, it's using the wrong microphone. Hold on. Does it actually depend on the volume? It might actually be better now. I don't know. I just work here. Probably not. It really doesn't seem to be doing much. Fuck. What do you want from me? Mouth open. I can't I can't like change um I can't like combine two different properties because I have to pay $20 for that, which I think is crazy. I think that you have to pay another $20 on top of a $10 app to do math is honestly diabolical. Like if vBridger was free and the editor was $20, I might be able to get behind that. But vBridger is not free. Yeah, I don't really know what to do about this. How do I make the mouth open more sensitive? I can change it on my phone. I can make mouth open a little bit more enthusiastic. Sorry, is mouth open not a parameter? Oh dear. Yeah, mouth open is not a parameter I have. Mouth close is. The problem is like while I'm speaking, it doesn't get any like mouth open stuff. Like it barely opens is the problem. And I don't have it set to lower sensitivity on either of the sides. So I don't have a great like mouth open actually doesn't seem to have anything to do with this. How strange. Where do I do mouth open? I can do jaw open. Just be always slightly jaw open to begin with. I don't think it really changes much. In fact, the thing that bothers me is like while I'm speaking, it has such a small change. It doesn't change much. Like you think that, my fucking mouth going crazy on my face would make it like move a bit, but not at all. Even vBridger. I tried blasting myself with like 3 times as much light and see if that helps at all. I don't think it will actually. Is there like are the tracking settings? I don't think the tracking settings are per model though. And even then, mouth sensitivity is 78%. So like, what do I do to make my mouth open more? I can move my camera to be more central. That's all I can do. So I don't know if maybe I should be doing like a different calibration first. Here, we'll do this. Okay. Now vBridger is calibrated last. Specifically last. But there's still... Is there a minimum on it? Hold on. It would need to be based on volume from the audio tracking. I think that's the only way I could do it. But I don't think I can. Yeah, the microphone tracking is even on. It's just not doing anything because it doesn't actually apply. I think that's the other issue is my other models have audio based tracking as well. This one does not, I think. We'll try this. We're gonna try it. Okay. We have microphone. It's not working. Hmm. I could try. I think vBridger is overriding it. Input will be from mouth open to voice volume plus mouth open. Okay. Hopefully this works a little bit. It doesn't seem to be doing much at all though. it sees my voice volume. The voice volume is 1. It's pretty high. But it doesn't seem to be going at all. Not doing anything even. I don't understand why voice volume plus mouth open would not be here. We'll do voice volume only. Oh dear. I have to be very quiet. Even now, it's at 1. If I hold on. I'm gonna change the volume gain to only 50%. Okay. Now we're going there. We're getting there. I found a game dev streamer today. It was an interesting experience finding her stream. What was she developing? Don't say a game. I'll kick your ass. All right. We now have the model set up. It took a while, but we got there. I can now counter rotate. I have a tail that takes up half the screen. I can turn that off though. Even do one of these. Or one of these. Or one of the. There's nothing on 4. That's awkward. I don't know what that does. I thought there were more. I don't know. They usually have a lot of I think I have most, if not all, of the keybinds disabled because there were like 50 of them. They do like their keybinds, and I do not like my keybinds. I don't even have a good way to do these. It was awkward because literally as soon as I joined, she was flipping out on said person. Oh, she was working on something in Blender for someone, some kind of assets, but he hadn't been clear about what he was expecting. Yeah. That's the hard part though. Whenever you're creating like a commission, whenever you're like doing one or having one done, it's difficult to know what they're looking for. That's the hard part, is conveying the idea is just as hard as doing it sometimes. One of the hard parts. That's another reason I don't like to do commissions. I don't like to buy commissions anymore. It is so difficult to be clear about what you mean. Let's see if this works. It is struggling so much. It's taking full it's been rolling for like 10 seconds. I don't know why it's slow like that. Probably what I'll do is I'll come back to that because that's going to take a while to fix, most likely. I'm probably going to have to rewrite the controller, and I'm already rewriting the messaging system, so I might as well do that. The other issue is that the broadcast system is not currently it's not Async, and it's supposed to be. He asked him if he had to decide money to set out a bunch of pictures. I was probably there for 15 to 20 minutes, and she spent that whole time ranting about how that has been trying to weed out things that cause her stress in life. Yeah. I mean, he just sent her a bunch of pictures. That's a lot better than you usually get. Like, that's the hard part. Like, when I had all of the, when I did all of the, or like, designs for, Dusk and Alada to send to, Glitter, I essentially created a mock-up by very weakly compositing a bunch of random uh assets that I found, like pictures on like Pinterest and shit. It also has an RSI from playing StarCraft 2. Yeah, that'll do it to you. Must build additional pylons and get additional surgeries. Yeah, I might need to make this asynchronous because right now all of the processing will happen like through all of your stuff. Never actually played StarCraft 2. Yeah, neither have I. Blizzard keeps deleting my accounts, so I'm just not going to go back. That and I can't afford World of Warcraft, which is the reason I would create a new Blizzard account. I had 2 years in that game, and then they banned me. Twice. At Blizzard. Why is that like the only thing that people ever mention him for? He made a game too. It just isn't done. It has been 8 years. Hey, just saying. I've had a game that I've been working on for 2 years and it's not anywhere near done. Like literally, that's like that's not really all he talked about. He also has a bunch of other shit too, like the Pharaoh rescue. But I'm hesitant to clown on him because I am very well aware that I am literally the exact same guy. Literally, like, well, I haven't worked at Blizzard, but um, like my programming is atrocious. I've been doing it for a decade. It's still atrocious. Look at the fucking code behind me. There's not a comment on the screen. That's right. I'm a Diablo of programming. But yeah, no, like I'm very well aware that I have a lot of the same qualities. Only thing I don't have is any ferrets. That's where to begin. I can go on my pirate software Joker arc. Oh dear. I'm not gonna watch an entire video about a guy talking about Blizzard. I don't care that much. What are the errors that I'm getting? Hey, wait a minute. Error response exception. 338 kilobytes. I'm no fun. I don't want to watch a video about him talking about pirate software. I just don't care. Yeah. There's nothing for error. Shit. Look, I don't care. I'm not gonna watch a video about him talking about pirate or about him talking about Blizzard. I just don't care that much. Where is the error response exception? You can toss your tomatoes, but you cannot hit me. You are too far away. If anything, your wall is going to smell like Heinz for the rest of honestly, the rest of your life. How many you're throwing? You're up to 14 now. You think that's how they make ketchup? They just throw tomatoes and shit? They could totally just blast a tomato at the wall. Oh shit. Well, that just means I have a shield. This default password is crazy. Um, I don't know where error response exception is throwing. Where do I even use OB socket without um like logging the exception? I connect, which is it works. This maybe? You're returning to the Unity mines. Damn. Is there any reason you're staying with Unity though? Out of curiosity. Because it's already in a try catch. Oh. I know why it's lagging, don't I? Not a deep reason or anything. I've given Gato a chance and a good honest chance and it's not bad. Unity is just more comfortable. Yeah. I don't trust them because that's the licensing thing that they did where they tried to make it that you have to pay to license or like you have to pay to install. Is not the first time that they've changed their license retroactively to add more payments, which is against their terms of service. Actually, they're not allowed. They aren't allowed to do that, but then they removed the thing that says that they're not allowed to do that. To do that. So yeah, I just don't trust them. Also, Gato, they literally can't do that because it's open source, so you could just fork it and then not do that. What even is Gato's license? Is it MIT? It is MIT, yeah. All right, we need to roll a die. See if this works. Well, I know it doesn't work, but I want to see why it doesn't work. Okay, I think it's literally just that it's logging so much that it's honestly considering Gato again for the sheer fact it doesn't take forever to start up. Literally, Unity takes like 5 full minutes to start. I can fucking restart my PC like 9 times in that amount of time. Okay, so I think that the reason that this is taking so long is that the the logging from setting filter enablement is so common. Um, Setting filter and item enablement is it's making it blow up. So we're gonna stop logging. Here, we'll put it behind a flag. Um, uh, Private bool log the mundane details of life equals false. There. Now we can have a log the mundane details of life. Keep those, and then if log the mundane details of life, we will write these. Okay. Now, out of curiosity, I want to see if it will now perform well that it's not writing like a kilobyte of text every time that it sets the filter. We're gonna try this. OBS, open system, not OBS, stream dice. 1d20 roll. What? Oh, I hit it. And also, since it's debug, it's still going to be doing all of the logging. Okay. Um, Stream dice. 1d20 roll. It's still struggling. Why? Okay. How do I go about breaking on error response exception? Because it's throwing a lot of them. It's throwing a lot of them. But I don't have a way to break on that to find out where it's blowing up. And um unless Stream Dice is directly using the socket, which I don't think it is. I don't see how I'm not able to tell what is happening. I am directly using the socket. Well, that changes a lot. We are doing forbidden. Okay. That means that a lot of these. We will have to rewrite Stream Dice, I think, to be compatible with the new system. Yeah, I think so. Another thing that would be kind of cool to do that I just thought about. What if we had the models instead of just like, okay, so when I swap from, for example, VTube Studio to vtuber, right? It's just like an opacity fade. How cool would it be if instead it like rotated out? Imagine something like this. And it like chabang, and then it comes in and it's vtuber. I had to click that to reset the scene. How cool would that be? That'd be kind of sick. Or just like a and it swaps over. And it's that kinda. Do we want to do that? It couldn't actually be that hard. We can just go here. Filters. These are the settings for colors. So we come here. We just do see. I think we were gonna get rid of this actually. What does it do? It does control surface to hide all models, which is an OBS script. Control surface hide all models. Calls vneon hide, vtube studio hide, and hide viado on each of those components. Okay. I cannot move them directly. We this okay, the hide all we don't need. Hide all 2 we don't need. We could group them, but I need to recall one of them specifically. So we're gonna do this the weird way. I don't know why I have that. I really do need to like change how wacky my settings are for these. Okay, I'm gonna make a move source called slide viado out. Take viado. We'll take another one for slide vtube studio out. Take another one for slide Binyan out. Take one for slide viado in. VTube studio in. Binyan in. It'll take 500 milliseconds each. I probably should have changed this before copying it 6 times, but you know what? Shut up. They'll all be eased out. Okay, slide. Wait, why do all of these have a slight position on the y-axis? These should all be positioned on the baseline. They're not. Wait, VTube Studio is though. Wait, VNyan isn't. What? None of these are like scaled to be the full size of the window. All right, whatever. VTube Studio. That's not the target. VTube Studio. Viato. VNyan. Viato. VNyan. Okay. So the slide out will set the X position to 1921. Maybe we ease in. Slide back in. It is a really long slide. Okay, so for VNyan, we'll do the same thing. This ease the slide out will be ease in. And with Viato, have its X position set to 1921. Same with VNyan, which will have its position set to 1921. Now, what we will do, we'll enable filter on model array. We will do slide VNyan out. Slide YouTube Studio out. Slide Viato out. We'll actually do those first. So if I swap to this, okay. Now the only problem is it doesn't slide it back in. So we'll enable filter on model A. Slide Viato in. Same with VNyan. Okay. And VNyan is not currently running, so it'll be invisible. Should I have the fade in last during this move? Because the fade in doesn't it occurs before the model is like on screen again. I make it not do that. I don't know. I just work here. Wait, what happens if I wait? Oh, I can't. Oh no. I forgot the controls on this are set like the OBS scripts execute synchronously, which is a problem. Because it takes a long time for it to finish. And during this entire time, so the model RGB effect lasts for 30 seconds. Right now. It lasts for 30 seconds, and for that entire time, the control surface can't be used because its thread is busy doing something else. This is what RGB dusk looks like. If you were ever wondering. I feel like I'm gonna be like. I'm always surprised that things work. If you want to see what that janky shit looks like on the back end, here's what it looks like on the back end. Do a display capture, the scariest kind of capture. All right, here it is. Place it correctly in the scene. So here it is, right? This is what I'm looking at. Also, this like organization for the studio mode is shit. I hate it. It's awful. It's atrocious even. But if you want to see how the RGB works, it's just if I run it, you can see it starts model hue shift start, which is a hue shift to 180, which is center. Or actually that's the left of it. So that's all the way left. It goes to 180 over 5 seconds, and then at the end triggers restart, which over 1 millisecond sets it back to the negative 180. You're more interested in seeing my desktop? I reinstalled Windows, so I don't think there's anything there. Yeah, and then reset sets it back to center. And then finish triggers reset, and then also disables the start. Because if start is running and then reset runs, it'll keep going. There's actually a special one to reset it and stop the animation. Because the restart, so start starts restart, which starts start. So it's a looping animation that will never expire. That's kind of how that works. And now we have our slide Viato out and slide Viato in. Slide VTube Studio in, but it's invisible, so it doesn't work. But yeah. That's how all that works. Start starts restart, which starts start? Yes. It's so that it creates a loop. So this, if I start it, will now never finish. But there is a fun race condition where if finish is called in the 1 millisecond that restart is currently starting start, it won't actually stop it and it'll just keep happening forever. So that's fun. But the chance is literally 1 in 1,000 for any given second. All right, let's hide the display capture. The danger capture, as I like to call it. I feel like you're just trying to see how many times you can work through it start into a sentence. I could just say start a bunch of times. If you're looking for the longest valid sentence of just a singular word, that's buffalo. Or is it? I think it is. It's a noun, verb, and an adjective. You don't get any better than that. I want to check my notifications. This person has been going and commenting 3 hearts on every single one of my videos. Am I getting view botted on TikTok? Hold on. We go to their profile. VTuber artist. Yes, I am getting botted. Wait, there's an easy way to tell. Are they on VGen? Nope. It's a bot. You know it's good when the only way... Wait, is it still doing display capture? Oh, I forgot to... We got it. But, you know it's good when my way to tell if somebody's real is whether or not they can make it onto an invite-only platform. Oh, I should probably hide the stream dice overlay. I'm not doing that. Not now, at least. Okay. So we're just not going to worry about it. We'll fix it later. We'll fix it in post. All right. So what I want to do is take VTube Studio, which already has now the ability to handle events. I want to eliminate the correlation between model change and VTube Studio and Vignon. Now, neither one of them will receive direct events. Instead, they will receive indirect events. The only problem is I deleted the file that handles Vignon. I need to do that again. So we'll go into the Vignon subsystem. We will override process message. And then we'll paste this code for now. Go to Vignon, nope, VTube Studio subsystem. We will copy its entire definition of process message also into this document. Now we will take this section of it and place it squarely here. Okay. We're going to register our setting. Not going to check the Vignon subsystem. Change this to that one. No longer need our reference to OBS subsystem. This, we don't have expressions. There are no presets. Oh. Think this works? I think that works. Now, if we restart Coalescence and we attempt to name change to a Vignon based model, Vignon's tracking will, of course, not work, but an attempt. The major issue is both vBridger and Vignon can't be running at once. Vignon, I mean, they can be running, but only one of them can get data from the phone, and I cannot currently replay that to two different apps at once. So if I name change to Alare, actually we'll do dusk. How will it respond? Why is it not running? Did it crash? What the frick? Assist. Okay. Now we can name change to dusk. Or not. Or not. Wait, it did work. It just didn't trigger the OBS scene. Okay. Well then. That complicates things. My guess is when we execute the script, we have the platform settings. Which platform settings is this? This is vTube Studio. The Vignon subsystem now needs to have a reference to model change container and Vignon filter. So if I go to vTube Studio, which doesn't actually have this information, model change container is model lay. vTube Studio filter is no. Here's what we're gonna do. I can't actually delete those variables, but it'll be fine. We're gonna do instead. We're just gonna edit the script. So for swap to VTS, so we'll enable filter. So first we're gonna execute script. Control surface to hide all models. Actually, we'll just do control surface dot swap to vTube Studio. Makes my life way easier. Are you kidding me? Check this out. Name change to dusk. And it doesn't work. Grant. What the hell? OBS scripts. Swap to vTube Studio. Yeah. What the hell? Is it because model change delay doesn't exist? It is an issue. We could add a setting or a new method to fix that. Do declare string name equals argument values at 0, string value equals argument values at 1. If not, variables contains key name. Okay, we now have a new declare if null and declare, which will allow me to create variables if they do not exist. So in our swap to vauto, what we can do in hide all models, okay. We can actually do declare if null model change delay is 350. Restart. We name change to dusk. It should just work. No. Dick. What do you want from me? Static stream writer w equals new of the program data envelope coalescence OBS script executor log. Actually, I don't know how I want to do that. Because right now the errors are never logged. It is mainly used in execute OBS script. I mean, I could just write obs.log. Yeah, because that's public. Maybe made internal, maybe. Obs.log script execution finished with errors. Okay. We now have logging. Or it's just not working, which is also equally possible. Wait, does the OBS subsystem even process messages? Does. Right. It's supposed to retrieve the script and not just execute the name. String script x equals scripts at or dot get setting this. Okay. Never go to Steam and search price low to high. Yeah, ever since they allowed hentai games, it's all been trash. It actually worked. Holy shit. I mean, the tracking doesn't work, but everything else works. Now the only problem I have to figure out is how the hell am I going to switch models programmatically with Viato without being able to use an agent on that computer? Um, Actually, I could probably use Vignon as an agent. Vignon will probably let me start applications with the node graph editor. Will you, Vignon? Can I start an application with? No. Honestly, probably just a good thing. um, yeah, that would be a little bit freaky in terms of safety. My resolution thing isn't working. Um, okay. Well, at least something works. How am I going to switch the model for Viato to? Hmm. Hmm. I don't know if vtuber has an API where you can load um models. It's been out for 5 years, and I don't see anything in the API, which makes me think either the going thought is just blast the app and load another instance with the command line, but I don't actually have access to the command line in this exact situation because I don't have a client running on the Stream Relay. I don't want to make one because then I have to do network coding, and I don't want to do that. Um, so instead, I'm going to suffer. vtuber is probably not open source, is it? Hmm. What do I do about this? Hmm. Actually seems that I mean, look, honestly, it might be easier just to make my own app. um, Especially if it's gonna be the simple, just do between two things. Because I don't use the shake effect, and I don't really need it. Um, and it looks like there probably isn't a good way to switch between um model types. It, I mean, realistically, it would be cool to have a single app that you could use to open any type of model, but I don't think I'll be able to do that because literally none of the apps I use are open source. Isn't that weird? You would expect them all to be open source, but none of them are. vAutoTube is closed source. Vneon is closed source. VTube Studio is closed source, but VTube Studio has prices attached to it, so I can see why. vAutoTube is I'm using vAutoTube Mini, but I think vAutoTube um it's currently paywalled. Isn't that weird? Like vAutoTube Mini isn't open source, probably because it's the base vAutoTube, though. Who knows? I just work here. But Vneon is a head scratcher. Unless they're deciding, or unless they're like holding out that they might release it for money. I don't know. I get it. Development isn't exactly free in terms of time. I'm just surprised an open source alternative isn't popular. Yeah, realistically, if I was going to make an app that would do all three, I'd have to just have a wrapper for all of the other ones. Probably hide their windows or something. I mean, you could do that. You could unregister their windows from the taskbar and have them as background windows. It would work. You can even set their sizes to 1 because none of them are actually Vignon is the only one that the resolution is dependent on the window size. Because VTube Studio isn't, is it? I actually can't tell because VTube Studio is a full screen app. Here, we're gonna let's play with VTube Studio a bit. Oh, it is dependent on the app size. But the window can still be hidden and it'll still work. Which I actually don't have a way to do while the window is open in full screen. I could do a WebSocket message to it, I guess, using the API. Huh. I guess the question is, how complicated do I want my setup to be? Even Coalescence is pretty primitive, honestly. I would want it to be a lot more fully featured. But I'm dreaming too much. Okay. So what I want to do is for Vignon doesn't interact with Twitch. Why does it have a reference to it? It doesn't touch Twitch at all. Model change now does, because it asks for the custom channel points reward redemption ad, which I will change to be a broadcasted message instead. So the way that this will work is you request using a broadcast to subscribe to a channel of an event sub channel. And you also probably give a callback so that you know whether or not that succeeded. Because if it didn't succeed, you need to disable that portion of the app. Because it won't ever happen. Like if you have a thread open, it should just be disabled. So the OBS integration doesn't need to be there. Question. What's your question? Should I download Godot 4 or Godot.net? I literally don't know. I've used neither. I've never used Godot. Aren't they on Godot 5 now? Nope, 451. Yep. .NET has the C# support. Yep. .NET is essentially the main framework that C# runs over. Okay, we're not going to throw this message, which means I don't need this event. What is model name? Model name is the input. Out string model name could literally just be the output of the thing. So if MCS is null, return null. So this was to stop it from running the same thing twice. I'm actually going to remove that safety net because we're going to attempt to fix Twitch sending the same event twice. It's going to store the same, or it's going to store the last probably 50 events it sent, and if it sent an event with the exact same, well, no, because it still doesn't solve it. Probably it can't send the same event twice in a row, or the same event within 1 second. Is my guess. That's what I'll try. Yep. All right, there's no getting around it. We now need to do the hard part. The really hard part, which is asking Twitch to do the thing. How do I want to do this? Honestly, what I might do is emit a broadcast message whenever a model is loaded or a module is loaded um, or unloaded. Oh, we're just not going to clean that automatically. Okay. Damn, I'll do it myself. Okay. All right. So now we have the other thing where process message now is not guaranteed to run after you've connected. So you do need to explicitly check that you are ready to process the message because you may not be. Um, The swap to model async, run send action async, check settings, which should be created on the loading of the system. That should be fine. Vignon client. What? Connected doesn't do anything, so this is always ready. Vignon client. It's just an HTTP client, which I think is statically initialized. No, it's instance initialized, but it's created along with the object, so that should be fine. Where is the settings created? Oh, it's based on name as well. Cool. Hooked connect events. I don't think this is ever used. It's a remnant from a different whatever thing I copied this from. Was that connected? It was false. I want to check again for vtuber studio, which also may not be ready. So we call vtuber studio load current model. Connected event is immediate. Okay. So honestly, this is probably one of the ones that's causing the application to take long to start. Oh, is because it's loading its vtuber studio endpoint, which is not fast. vtuber studio I think is the slowest integration I have by far. It takes around 4 seconds to do anything. Okay. So that should also be fine if it gets things out of time. OBS probably isn't okay if it runs things out of time. Actually no, it only registers scripts right now, so that's fine. That works fine too. Now Twitch. Twitch is going to be a doozy. I'm really not looking forward to it. It's going to suck so much. Okay. Twitch chat. So my problem is anytime that Twitch gets a message, it has to disperse that message to a lot of different subsystems, potentially tens of subsystems. For every single chat message. What is the best way to do this? Well, we're just gonna ignore the fact that it's gonna be really bad on the event system because it's going to create a ton of events, but we'll be fine. We'll be fine. Everything will be fine. It's 100% going to be fine and not going to be a huge issue. Um, hmm. Oh, override process message. Cool. Here, we'll just copy the entire thing from VTube Studio again. We can delete all of this. If message, the namespace is Twitch. If message, the type is register, event sub, register request. If message is dictionary message, DM, DM dot a string event type equals DM dot event or dictionary dot get or contains key. If contains key type okay. We got the type. This doesn't check multiple scopes at once, does it? I thought there was a thing that did that. How do I want to do? Here's what I'm gonna do. A set error equal to this string, and I'm not going to return false. Instead, I'm going to go to error. So set here which will log error. That should probably be in the scope here. The reason I want to do that is because if the dictionary contains a key callback, and what we'll do is log the error. If callback namespace is not null and callback type is not null, then we want to broadcast a new dictionary message. Okay. A new generic message actually to callback namespace, callback type. Ah, shit. Content equals error, if not success. Okay. Now, so for each var scope in scopes.split of space, and we want to string split options.trim entries and string split options.remove empty entries. We want to do if not check scope of scope error equals missing required scope plus scope for subscription to event sub channel plus type. Plus a new line. And we'll do if error is not null, go to error. So error at this point, if we've not run into any problems, should be null. And if we're missing any scopes, it'll yell about all of the scopes we're missing. Else, that means it actually is going to work. And we will do Twitch or TES dot actually this is a slight problem, isn't it? We don't have a generic way to event or to like send any event. Or do we not? Check this out. Public Not public, private, static. Yeah, static. Void. Send generic event information. Object sender, but who gives a shit? Object the good shit. If the good shit is null, just return. Else string JSONified garbage equals JSON convert at serialized object the good shit. Broadcast new generic message namespace is Twitch type equals event content equals JSONified garbage. The only thing that I would like to get past, actually, we don't have any way to know what event we're subscribing to, do we? We don't. That's a problem. Right. We don't know. Because I can ask you what channel you're subscribing to, but I can't programmatically assign which one I actually subscribe the event to. So, the only solution I have is to subscribe to literally every event. And then make ways to send out information about all of them. To that end, I'm only going to subscribe to one event for the time being, and that will be channel chat message. Actually, we'll call it on channel chat message. This is going to be a very large file. Oh dear. Type is this? It's a string. Actually, we'll do a queue of string. Okay, there's my idempotency. If I've already seen this message, I do not process it again. This will be Twitch type will be event chat message. Event channel chat message. Source broadcaster channel ID. Or user ID. So this is going to be shared chat. So it'll support determining whether or not somebody is from shared chat. Is it going to be message type? Possible values. Nothing. Grand. I love that. Oh, cool. Fuck you. What type is this? Twitch Lib event sub. Grand. Or models. Cat. Channel chat message. Oh dear. It's not in the most recent version of the repository. I have to go find whichever dev one it is. This is not the public repository, is it? You're killing me. It's crazy that this is the most like popular C# library for Twitch. The description of the repository is completely empty. They have a README, it has a header and nothing else. Am I just using like the shit one? Or what? Is everybody using TwitchLib? Apparently, yes. I don't even see any other ones on Google. But it's so shit. It's so bad. Or models chat, channel chat message where? Unless it's under subscription types? No, never mind. I'm just a fucking idiot. I'm looking at the wrong one. Dumbass. The true shit one is me. Unless it does actually have no values. No, it does. It's just the way it's written doesn't actually put it into the documentation that gets put. Um the way that these things work is it checks the badges. Huh. How do I tell if the broadcaster is, I mean, I guess it'd be source broadcaster user ID. You check to see if it's the same as the broadcaster user ID. And if it is, then it's the same chat. But it could also just be the same person in shared chat. Like they're in the source. They're in your version of the chat. I just work here. I will pass all of the identification fields. The user login, username, and user ID. I have no idea if this is gonna work or not. It's such a long thing. Not all paths return a value. There, now it does. You want? Shut up. All right. Okay. Hmm. Hmm. Okay. So we'll do. Um, String user login equals. We really should just make a way to get like dictionary message dot get item. Okay. So now we have our response from Twitch. If response users length is 0, broadcast new dictionary message. Callback namespace. Doing that. I just realized this is going to be kind of slow because there's going to be only one user per Yeah, we don't need to worry about that. It will support many from the split method. Um, you do realize that it's not running, right? I remind you of something, perhaps. This is probably not going to work. Oh, I can't start it. We'll start the old version then. That's fine. I don't actually have a way to emit this, do I? We'll try this. See what happens. I may have to do it myself. Try this. Event sub might also just be disconnected. No, event sub's connected. It's just being a bitch. Okay, I'll just do it myself. That's fine. You want the one with the keyboard or not? Oh, Coalescence wasn't connected. Visual Studio has all of the cool stuff. Visual Studio Code is a lightweight editor. You want the one with the keyboard? Let's do keyboard. Okay. NC Gremlin keyboard. If this works, probably won't. Um, the problem is, I think it's using the old name for it, which may have also just gotten tired of me. No, okay, we'll just do it myself. Yeah, there we go. The problem is it no longer works because all of the information that it was using is no longer right. Trying to set up Visual Studio in Godot. Yeah, because like Visual Studio includes like the compiler for C#. It includes more in depth code like analysis tools. But it also has a bunch of random shit like F# and all of that. You can choose what you install, but like there are a lot more. It's a lot deeper what you can do with Visual Studio. Visual Studio Code is not by any means bad. It's just not as in depth as Visual Studio. Visual Studio Code is essentially they made it because it was too hard to make Visual Studio cross-platform. Also, Visual Studio is a Win32 app, and Visual Studio Code is an Electron app. So it's actually just a web browser. How they getcha. But yeah, I typically use Visual Studio. I use Visual Studio Code for Java because there are no other good Java IDEs. I actually don't think Visual Studio Code is a very good Java IDE, but I don't think one exists outside of the fuck is JetBrains Java IDE IntelliJ? It's probably the only good one, and it's not free, so I'm not using it. How many languages do I know? That depends on whether or not you're talking about human languages or programming languages. It also depends on what do you mean no, because that's not a simple question. It's either how many programming languages have you written in, or how many languages do you use often? Have I written in? Probably 30. Let's see. Let's see. What have I written in? I've used PHP, used JavaScript, as much as it makes me want to die. I've used C Sharp, C++, and C. I've used Python, unfortunately. Yes, I'm writing unfortunately. I hate it. What the fuck else have I used? I've used Kotlin. I've used Java. What else? There's so many. I have written MSIL directly. um else. I feel like I'm forgetting so many of them. These are like the more common one, maybe not Kotlin, but or MSIL. But these are the more common ones. What else have I written? I mean, I've made my own one. Lua. Lua's a good one. Just in my mind going through all of the interpreter languages. I've technically written a little bit of Go, if you want to be generous. I feel like I'm missing like 20. It also depends on whether or not you consider CSS and HTML programming languages. I feel like I'm forgetting like a really obvious one. Like bothering me now. Oh, batch. Batch counts. By that, by extension, shell. Um, how many is that? That's 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 right now. I feel like I should just open my my Git repositories and see. Even though I know 99% of them are going to be in C Sharp. Uh-oh. Wait, I misspelled it. We're fine. For a second, I thought my Git repository was down. Oh, SQL. Yeah, those are the ones that if I can't remember them, I probably haven't used them very much at all. I mean, to be fair, Kotlin was one time, and Go was one time. Um, so I don't know if you want to count those. Lua, I've used a few times. Um, so there's that. Those are my major programming languages. Trying to think of if I've written any other any other like web-based languages. I mean, if you really want to get the number up on how many of these you understand, just look into JavaScript. There are 99 different frameworks that all purport to be different languages, but they're all actually just JavaScript plus plus. You can get those numbers up There's probably over 200 JavaScript frameworks. How many JavaScript frameworks are there? List of JavaScript libraries. It's actually less than I expected. But yeah, one of the things that you'll see when you do a lot of programming is that you'll see there are groups of languages. You have like C, C++, C Sharp, Java. They're what I would call a group. These are languages typically called C style. Those are your languages with control statements that look like this: if parenthetical condition, curly brace to denote a block of code. Those are typically your C style. Then you have bad languages like Python, JavaScript. I'm gonna make people angry by saying things like this. I just really hate JavaScript. JavaScript is like the equivalent of psychosis. Yes, psychosis. Python is just it's a very opinionated language, and I don't like most of its opinions. So I'm not too into Python. And then you have the kind of bad, but nobody's done it better languages, which are SQL and Shell. Maybe Shell. Maybe Shell's better than that. There you are. But yeah, one of the reasons that C-style languages are... One of the reasons I know so many C-style languages is that they're all basically the same. In all C-style languages, you'll have these type of controls. So if condition, right? Else this. Maybe you have elif, but if not, you have else if. Right? You probably have try, catch. You probably have while, condition. You probably have for, something of the form of declaration, condition, update, usually with semicolons or whatever the terminator of a statement is. You may even, if they're feeling a little freaky, have a do while. Which is literally just a while where the first condition is always true. These are very typical pieces. Switch, variable, case, value, colon, break. I could press the right buttons. Default, break. This is another very common thing. These are going to be in basically all of your C-style languages. I think literally all of these are in every C-style language I've used. You start to find that really the main differences, so like in C Sharp, right? C# you write like system.console.writeLine, right? If you're feeling freaky, right? Whereas in C++, assuming it had the same names, it would just be system console writeLine. Where really the only difference is that the way you go from system to console, instead of writing a dot, you write two colons. Really the only difference in the syntax of it. And then you have to deal with the absolute mess that is the C standard library. But truly most of the thing is what word do you put down? And it's not something you really memorize. If you're a programmer and you don't have Stack Overflow open on another screen, you're doing something wrong. Like programming is all about looking it up, being like, how the fuck do I do this? Anytime I pick up a new programming language, the first thing I do is I Google search, how the fuck do I write to the console, comma, programming language name. Yes, I include the fuck. That's all it is. You Google it. Nobody knows every language in and out. Probably not even the people who write them. Because holy shit, there's too much. Your programming language needs to be able to write to the console, display to the screen, put audio to the speakers, write data to disk, write data to the network, write data to all of the internal operating system shit. And you have to do that for every operating system. It's too much. And if your language isn't interpreted, now you have to deal with actually generating bytecode for it, which is also too much. They're complex beasts. I just like C# because it means that I don't have to write a lot of the shit that I don't like. Hell, model optimizer is a single file because I couldn't be fucked to put it into multiple files. Speaking of, a couple people downloaded it. I'd be curious to see how that worked out for them. But I can't test with any models that I don't own because I don't own them. And I didn't put any telemetry, so I can't find out how well they were working other than buying the model. And I don't have the money for that. Oh well. I've given model authors free license to use it and even distribute it if they'd like. Because I don't mind. I just want the scene to be better. Especially with the 60% like save for the 60% smaller model. That's pretty crazy. And it could have been better if if I erased the transparent pixels, which I'm assuming that no application will actually use, but I can't be 100% sure that there's not actually important data there. You could put like a watermark in the invisible pixels. It's a pretty good idea actually, because PNG will save it. You have to have a very specific type of app to actually get rid of that. The way I did it was just select all of the pixels with 0 alpha and then blast them, which shaved off another 7% of the file size, but I don't know. I figured that not actually touching any of the data is probably the best way to do it. Oh, I can't make it. It can't be async. Um, hmm. Means we're gonna have to use getaway to get result. That's a good point. The callback can still be null. Hmm. How do I want to do this? Because if there is a callback, I need to answer, even if it fails. But oh. Actually, we don't need to specify this because it will never happen. Hmm. No idea what that's gonna look like. This is not going to happen. Okay. Really default. Have I installed VS 2026? Nope. Still using 22. 26 out? Actually, I have no idea. Do we update Visual Studio right now? Hmm? Is it just 99% more AI? We might install it. Do I have to do I have to close Visual Studio to install it? I am using a old version, an unrelated version, hopefully. Hmm? We're gonna install it. It's probably gonna make me close it. I'd be pretty surprised. Damn, they got rid of browser link. This is so sad. Alright. I'm pretty sure I can still use it while it's installing. Either that or it's gonna nuke. Here. We'll blast it. Um, there is apparently an update to my current version of Visual Studio. Yeah, but there's a lot of bug fixes too. I don't know. They also typically update the UI a little bit. And even then, if they do shit more like Copilot shit into it, you could probably get rid of it. They added a debugger for Unreal Engine blueprints. Yeah, holy shit, there's so much for Copilot. They added mermaid chart rendering. Hooray. And then under that is Copilot. Look at it this way. Even though they have a ton of Copilot stuff in it, they're not going to let you use it because they want your money. So if I just don't pay them, I won't have to deal with Copilot. It looks like Microsoft has also come and changed the default repository branch name from master to main. It does seem like 2026 is 95% Copilot. Wait, no, I'm looking at 2022 v 17.14. I'm on 17.14. What was the subnote? Oh, it was 22. About 21. Bug fixes. So 2022 was the feature update, I guess. Yeah, no, because the 22 was the feature update for 22. I think they really just backported a lot of the thing from 2026. The version 1. Let's see what's their release version. Inline if statement. What? I love that it says inline if statement and then it just says Copilot. Like they don't mention Copilot in the header, but it's all just Copilot. I wonder if there's a singular header here that doesn't say Copilot somewhere. I actually think I just opened the one. Quick find. You can now use find in the text visualizer. Turn zero length array insights into action with intelligent Copilot assistance. Optimize your memory usage like never before. It's a zero element array. I don't think you can get any less memory usage than that. They added net 10. It's still installing. I probably will upgrade to 2026, even if they are trying to blast Copilot straight into my ass. After all, even if I do use Visual Studio, Microsoft still isn't making any money from me. If anything, me using Copilot is worse for them because they're using power, is not getting any money from me. Because I'm certainly not going to subscribe to GitHub Copilot. Copilot language server recognized as a threat by McAfee antivirus. Damn, that's rough. Can Microsoft write anything that isn't recognized as a virus by McAfee? I remember I installed it all those years ago and it told me all of my Windows files were viruses. It was a clean install. It's just like, is it? Is it? Oh. Apparently I had the opportunity to unselect it. And I didn't. To be fair, I didn't read any of the components that it was going to install. I can uninstall it anyway. Fine. I did with the modify. Are they going to make me restart? Are they going to make me restart? We're about to find out. Probably not, considering it says start after installation. Optimizing assemblies? What is it doing, JIT? I guess it's not really just in time if it's before, is it? Ahead of time. Out. Really taking a long time, isn't it? Cleaning up. We recommend restarting Windows. You fucking wish. First things first. Modify. GitHub Copilot. Remove. Sick. Maybe I don't even update 2022. Just a bunch of Copilot trash. Okay. Actually, I wonder if I have any Copilot trash in my 17 one. I do. Ah, blast that too. We'll just kill both of them. I was wondering why there was so much. I just saved a gigabyte of disk space. Oh, need to install one more thing. I forgot that the class designer isn't installed by default, and I do want the class designer. I like being able to look at all of the classes and be like, wow, I'm really bad at this. Where's the class designer? There it is. I think Git for Windows is already installed, isn't it? I mean, I'll be probably uninstalling 2022 if 2026 is serviceable, so see what happens. Does it keep my recents? I actually don't know. I love that I'm currently in the void. Git v2. All right, we'll see if this is any good. Or if it'll blow up my computer the second I opened it. We'll see. Launch. I'm not signing into Visual Studio. Okay, so it has not done the thing. I'll have to open my solution manually. It definitely looks weird. Let's put this bad boy on the screen. First off, let's search Copilot. Hide Copilot badge. Oh, it's already on. Cool. All right, now I have to set this to devenv 2. All right. Here it is in all of its 2026 glory. They got new icons for the solution view that are honestly slightly worse than they used to be. The code view looks the same. I mean, what else would they have done? I do like the new window look. I like the kind of like highlighted edge. The Visual Studio icon looks like they may have dropped something onto it and kind of broken it a little bit. I will have to move dusk out of the way for you to see that. Yeah, the Visual Studio icon in the top left. I don't know what they were thinking. They probably got their AI to do it. Because it really does look pretty shit. Definitely not a fan of the new logo. For general IDE feel, can you see these now? No, you still can't. Okay. Let's see. What about the says remove unnecessary usings? Honestly, they just made the quick actions and refactorings window. They put a really intense white border on it, which honestly I don't think looks very good. The actual application window looks the same. It really they could use to update that. It still looks like shit. Generally the pop-up windows do look nicer. Still have the GitHub examples, but luckily they have nothing to do with the they aren't using Copilot in it. So it looks like you do actually get rid of Copilot whenever you uninstall it, which is nice. They did forget my layout though, which isn't great. So now it's the default layout again. Although this built, which is not what I expected. Diagnostic tools are the same. Kind of wish they did put a couple more coats of paint on the diagnostic tools. They're a little wacky. Why is the CPU usage so high? You can't see this, but it used 54% of the processor. That's so much. I don't know why there was a horizontal scroll bar with word wrap enabled, but you know, whatever. Um, yeah, I mean, it's really a lot of what it used to be. It just looks a little different. This icon looks smushed. It does look smushed. Did they scroll? Did they scale it down a little bit? Looks fucked. Oh dear. Yeah. That works. But yeah, it's mainly the same thing. It looks like nothing really too crazy here. Yeah, I saw you start it. I have a dangling window capture really quickly. I want to see. Let's see. Initialization. Ah, I can tell you what I don't like about this. Um, really, I don't know why they don't do this. Um, I want word wrap. There's nowhere to enable word wrap unless it's in view, I guess. Where do I get the word wrap? Like this looks shit. Oh dear. You can't see this, can you? There's a lot of word wrap options. Word wrap, yes. It's still not wrapping. Man, if I open a different file. Nope, still no word wrap. Up here? Nope. That's not great. You're gonna plagiarize. Unforgivable. There's literally word wrap is enabled for C# too. Word wrap is all. Still not wrapping. But it doesn't do the thing. Man. You know, plagiarizing it's a cover? What is a cover but plagiarism? Oh wow, you can tell that this is old because it doesn't have the set default setting. Well, that's interesting. If you're at a an end brace and you hover over it, it'll tell you where the start of that block is. That's actually pretty good. I like that. I'll show you here. Yeah, the name of the function. Cool. This is not happening. Might change my code style to be brace on same line. Oh, this is all on the same thing now, is it? Formatting, spacing, I think. It still opens the old one. So what was the point of having an entire options menu in the thing if you're not going to do it? Hmm. Where is code cleanup? Oh, I put it under project. $99 changes because everything is now brace on same line, which changes literally every file. See how it looks. It's a lot more dense. Did I uninstall 22? No, I haven't done that yet. I will probably end up doing it because you are able to just not install Copilot. Like if I search Copilot, the only thing it has is install GitHub Copilot and hide the badge because I don't have it. If I set up a specialized view, check this out. I can make a window. Then I can have that window be my Visual Studio thing. And then check this out. Actually, we'll put it on the main window. Uh-oh. I've angered it. Hmm. What I can do is do something like this, so it's only the code page. The only thing that's not great is that it's not the full height of the screen. I try to do that with this. Hold on. Does it look cool? I don't know. I could make the left screen vertical. Confuse the hell out of my computer. It'd help if I keep, or if I could open the right one. There we go. Now my left screen is portrait. The model is the wrong size. What? That's interesting. Wait, did it do it again? Oh, okay. Because the screen size is roughly determined by the like the screen size for um that computer is roughly determined by the size of the window. It doesn't work very well if it's on the vertical screen. That's funny. But now what I can do is take this window, put it here, and now I have a window that's larger vertically than it is horizontally. It's a little large vertically. Um, we could make it entirely unreadable for chat. How do you like this? What do I do about this? Could make it wide. This gives you about half the screen. This gives you actually exactly half the screen. What do we think? We like the vertical code view without the bothers of the main UI. The only problem is it doesn't open on the main or on the it opens on the main window anyway. So I'd have to move things over all the time. I even do anything to like make this the default window? They actually have a thing to color a window by its or color a tab by its project, which is kind of cool. Oh, you can't see that. What if I just made the entire window vertical? Hold on. Take the Solution Explorer off. Not that one. Hold on, let me just reset the transform. Okay, here's what I'm gonna do. Transform, edit. No scaling. Huh? Oh. Most of the scaling was done on the group and not the actual item. Not the source itself. Here, we'll do this. Oh yeah. I don't use this. I should get rid of this. All right. I need something to put in the background though. We have Visual Studio. We don't have anything in the empty space. Perfect. Wait. Perfect. uh, what if I made it brain rot? This is perfect. Yeah, what should I put here? Hold on. I'm working on it. I have a plan. What is going on in the background? Don't worry about it. That is normal or something. Okay. I have a thing that I'm working on. That is going to be difficult to pay attention with, isn't it? Actually, we want it to be. I have an idea. I have move on this, right? Hold on. It should do. I do. Okay. So I'm going to make an image source. Have a plan, don't worry. To go further beyond. All right. Nope, that's in the game group. Which shouldn't be visible at the moment. Okay. So what we're gonna do, add a move. We're gonna add color correction, move value, move value. What? Does that not look right? Hold on. Doesn't look right, does it? Oops. Uh, that's weird. It's like not doing it correctly. That's so strange. Like the color model is the different. I had these. It's like not doing the right thing. It's supposed to be a simple color shift, but it doesn't work like that. Anyway, let's try to do something kind of wacky here. If I take this, right? I add Is this a good idea? No. This is very difficult to see. Wait, that's of the entire thing. No, what I want is Perfect. Give me a second. Let me cook. Sorry for your eyes. They are gone. You need the entire side or else the file name. I mean, the file name isn't visible anyway, so I don't know where we're at on that. Now we got this really weird effect going on in the background, which isn't quite the right color. How does this even look? I feel like the preview isn't good enough. I need to get the full shebang. Mute the audio because I don't want to hear this dumbass. Oh, it kind of looks atrocious because the window is scaled up. Is the window scaled up? It shouldn't be. Is it? Hold on. No. Why does the text look so bad then? Is it because of the chroma key? Hold on. No, it still looks terrible. Text is like really blurry. I don't know why. It's not being scaled up. Hold on. We're just gonna reset the transform. This is it at 1:1. Still just looks like that. Extension. Hmm. Oh, idiot. It still looks blurry. How? On my screen, it doesn't look blurry at all. Oh, don't tell me. Oh, that hasn't fixed it either. What? Why does the text look blurry on OBS's capture? That looks literally nothing like it looks on mine. I don't understand. If I do block transfer, is. I know what it is. Found it. And the group is being resized. Um, I knew there was like too much. It's still wider than 1,000. Oh, it is exactly 1,000 pixels now. Um, what do we think? See what it looks like when we're debugging. Okay, we're gonna have to split the diagnostic tools to a different window. What I want to do is have a need a new color source. Sorry for your eyes again, it defaults to the worst color. I want to try this. If I close this, start it again. Nope, now it just shows this, which isn't what I asked for. Why is it showing that? What I want to do is when that app restarts, I want it to like fade in, but I don't think I could do that because it just appears. Um, nope. Hmm. 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 Nope. Nope. Um. Hmm. How can you do? It must be possible, I think. Looks like to do what I'm trying to do, I need ass. Everybody's favorite advanced scene switcher. We might do that really quick. Chat. I'll see you on the other side. I say like you're not going to be able to hear me, but well, I mean, I'm installing ass. And we're back. Okay, let's see. We kill the window, which should trigger the no window condition, and this should trigger the yes window condition. No, it didn't. Okay, well, we tried. That's okay. Well, we hoped. It's not going to work. Um, not without significant tinkering, the likes of which I'm not going to worry about, especially considering I plan on reinstalling Windows relatively soon. It's simply not worth it. Okay, let's get a better font. Actually, we should be able to go for ideal now. It should be legible. Um, yes, but the colors make it a little bit rough. Yeah. One's for the relay and one's for the real computer. I might just make this, instead of it being the gunmetal color, I might just make it black. That looks better, honestly. Yeah, both computers have had Windows installed for a long time. Now for your dumb question, oh dear. Presumably, yes. So imagine VS Code as Notepad, but souped up and on like fucking every single steroid you can think of. And then Visual Studio just includes the tools to do the things directly. Godot probably also includes the tools to do the things directly, but Visual Studio includes them as well. Should I make should I make like a text behind Visual Studio that be like, hey, you could get your own thing? Be like, uh wait. All right. We put this here, put it here. Subliminal messaging. Very subliminal. That might be too subliminal. Perfect. Yeah. I'm trying to think where I should 'cause I do want to put a VGen link on the scene, but I don't know how I want to do it. Um it's difficult to find a good place to do it. Um what I might just do. Yeah, I don't actually have a great way to do timers other than Coalescence, and Coalescence can't interact with this instance of OBS. Because this is the local computer and not the far computer. So it's not possible for me to do that. So I think the best solution is usually the easiest one. You just come over here, you blast in some philosopher text in 144 point font, accidentally activate the Kana keyboard. That's important. You need to do that. And then you just come over here and you go put a lowercase v. And then you do one of these. And because it looks bad, because there's half of a moon there, we hit perfect. The power of space. You can't put a group under a group, can you? No, you can't. You do not have nesting. I'm going to also cut the window. It's not so there. The problem was the window, since it is a vertical window, it goes well below the. I'm gonna get rid of the the subliminal messaging. Wait, you know what I should do? Hold on, I have a plan. I can make a looping timer, kind of like what you were saying. Imagine this, right? You have your text. Oh, it can't come from off screen. Um, no, this idea doesn't work. It's too difficult to implement. I mean, honestly, I can make the local composition a little wacky. Copy all of this, make a new scene called VS, paste a reference to all of these on that scene. Where is that the background of the entire thing? Oh. No, oh god. It's all going to shit. Oh dear. We have a few copies of these things. What? Okay. And now the idea is that you have something like this. This is how you get people who are just watching like on a second monitor not to like you. You hit them with one of these. Right? You put this off screen in the top right. Right? And what you do, you have a move source, right? That has a 1500-second duration, a start delay of, we'll say 0 for now. It starts here where it's at. You make a second move source. You set it to the exact opposite position, which is this. This is diabolical. Wait, hear me out. Hear me out. What if we don't hold on? Just every second. Wait, so this has a start delay of 0. This is perfect. Wait, what if we just get rid of the delay? I think the problem is that it goes so far off screen. Hold on. How far away does it go? It goes pretty far. All right. And then what we do is no easing. This is diabolical. No, this is wait, no, go back. Fuck. Okay, it's fine. It's off screen though. It's really funny because it's got the please. All right, let's make it say something. I love the idea that it's actually just really tiny. Just like this. Wait, you can't even see it. Oh, I found it. I feel like what you got to do is you got to put it on like the DVD logo. Wait, you put it there and you move it down. They'd never see it coming. What do we think about this? Is it funny? Is it annoying? Can't imagine it's annoying. This is actually a crazy idea. We could have a bunch of like notices coming over here. We could like put the news. What happens if we put, hold on. This is how wide? About 94 pixels wide. Hold on. No, that must be wrong. Okay. Could we write a long bit of text here? Hear me out. All right. We'll leave it at like 50 pixels tall, 25 pixels tall, or 15 pixels tall, 10 pixels tall, 5 pixels. That is not fitted. All right. This is this is really dumb, but it's funny. I'm okay with it. Feels weird seeing my stream in 60 FPS. Here, wait. Better idea. No, it gets cut off. I actually kind of like how this scene looks. It's a really dumb scene, but I like how it looks. It would only be cooler if like some of the moons like rotated or something, but it's not actually, 1,000 different moons. It's just a singular PNG with a hue shift on it. Maybe one day I'll bother to actually make one with a proper hue shift because I don't know what's wrong with this one. The input image should lend itself very well to hue shifts, considering it is a hue shift. Wow, this PNG file looks terrible. Did I do all of that with like a bad copy of the moon logo? Fun. Answer yes. Cool. Oh, there's clearly a problem with it because not all of them are the same color like they should be. My guess is that the settings I used were not the most ideal. They're roughly the same color, but they're not the same color. It's actually interesting. I'm cleaning up some of the artifacts. So I resized using Lanxos, which is apparently not a good resampler. Um, but I deleted a bunch of the artifacts and the file got a lot smaller. But oh well. I mean, I could have generated an actually good one. Um, it's not actually that hard to do because the period of the hue shift is actually less than the width of the screen. You can just like reuse part of it, like shift it with a rotating shift. It'd also be better to generate it all from the same image and not do incremental hue shifts, which lose color data over time. Okay. Anyway, let's go back to the programming I was supposed to be doing. All right. I actually do want to take a quick second to kind of fix some of the scenes because there are a lot of scenes that are based on the app that was running, and I don't use these anymore. I literally just use. I don't use this. I don't use this. It's literally VS and gaming is all I do on this computer. What I've seen too. There's nothing here. Okay. I got rid of a bunch of things in the scene collection that were from when I used this computer as the main compositor. Which I no longer do. So I no longer need to have all of the different scenes, all of the things. I don't need these. Don't even point to true objects anymore. Um, Actually, none of these point to real things. What about these? This doesn't. This doesn't. This doesn't. This doesn't. This doesn't. This doesn't. None of these do. The only things that point to real things are this move source, which does only this little like movement pattern. Those are the only two filters in the entire scene graph, other than the mosaic with the hue shift. Those four filters are all that there are in the entire scene graph. Hold on a minute. I open remote OBS and I go very quiet. You are not supposed to be sending. Okay. You have discovered the theme store for Visual Studio. Yes. Might change my color scheme. Oh, here's the fonts. Do I have favorite code installed? I do not. Well, let's do that. That is very difficult to see. How does that look on stream? That looks okay. I mean, I don't like how it's I don't like how it's serif. Like, serif at all feels serif. I think it is. I think it's sans serif. Okay. How does that look? That looks difficult to read. Forgot I can't do this. I mean, I guess I can actually. Oh no, I can't. Hold on. I have to move the Solution Explorer because it's in the way. But, I should move this file here. It'll let me test it while I do it. I think. Either that or it won't. It won't. Grand. I want keywords to be relatively bright. We'll have control keywords will be actually red. Type names will be um But enum. Well then, I have to copy the color for type to user type. Why do control character? Why do control um? Why do they look like that? They're supposed to be actually red. This has turned into watch me fuck up my color palette. Successfully says VS 2026 my editor forgot of it. It took me longer than it should have. Yeah, it really should have just been a singular button press. I don't know how it took you so long. Currently making my palette themed. Look at this. The only problem is I need that file to see what all of the changes look like. Mm. How it goes sometimes. Still setting my my stuff right now. Um hmm, hold on. I found out why all of my things look whack is because all of them are like maximum saturation. That's why everything looks bad. feel like all I've done is make this harder to read. All right. It looks very different. That's for certain. I feel like the background of the window needs to be even more dark. There. The window background is now 247 alpha. Wait, the ligatures aren't working. This is supposed to be a ligature font. You ever heard of Ligma? Hold on. What? They told me this font had Ligma. I might need to restart VS for that. Unless you mean to tell me that they... Oh. Well, that's a problem. Visual Studio 2026 is not in the like start menu thing. Oh, it's just called Visual Studio now. They dropped it from the title. This is their last major date based on the year. They definitely did not previously change the font. That looks nothing like the font I just had installed. Yeah, it 100% did not change the font. Um, you'll see when it loads. Check this shit out. This looks literally nothing like it did before. It is so much more bold. Insane. Setting up my settings for a light font, but it's not light, it's bold. Be right back. Okay. Now that we know that we're dealing with a bold font, I need to go change the colors again. Probably not, actually. I probably won't bother. I have, after all, just spent 30 minutes setting my settings. Chat. Do I do it? Chat, do we keep it? Oh, it has easing on. Oh, that's probably why it looks weird on the other one too, doesn't it? Probably has easing on. Oh, that's definitely what what the problem is. It's easing on. No, it doesn't. Never mind. Hold on. Why is it doing this? Like, doesn't cleanly move them. It's so weird. All right. I'll stop the wait, one more thing. If it still works. Perfect. This is a gaming stream right now. Everybody turn on your gaming hardware. Don't already have it on. And if you do, turn it off and turn it back on. I actually can't stop any of this because I can't close there it is. All right. Okay. No more RGB VS. Because it's confusing to look at. I mean, already it's kind of confusing to look at. Parameters look the same as properties. Need to fix. Hey, now that the fonts support Ligma. I'll underline consts, I guess. There. And our font supports Ligma, so we have little arrows. Look at that. Right there. Look at that. Okay. Let's get down to brass tacks. I want to get rid of a lot of the old ways that events were put through. What's the easiest way to tell if something works? Honestly, model change is probably the easiest way. Actually, is it? It barely works in the first place. I don't know, I just work here. Does this automatically subscribe to channel chat message? I think I need to make methods brighter. It's very difficult to read this. Make methods brighter. Okay. We do this. We don't actually subscribe to it. Is it channel.chat.message? I cannot remember. Okay. There's so much shit open. There we go. Hmm. Doesn't this check for us? Nope. There was an exception. Why is this defined if nothing happens? Which platform? Right. This is probably part of the reason that the Twitch like support from Coalescence is so bad. Is there's literally 4 different things all that are made to do the same thing and none of them do it well. This only runs the chat occurred thing. I might just delete it. We'll have to unload this project because it's no longer going to work. Um, remove. Wait, what? Are there other things in here? Weird. Why is Windows Media Player? What? How many other ones of these? What are you? Huh. Why do some of these depend on Windows Media Player? I don't know. Anyway, what was I doing? Oh yeah, we're gonna delete the Twitch class, which is only related to this chat occurred event. You can see it's just channel chat message. So what I want to do is take this connect task, and we are going to throw that into the Twitch subsystem starting code right here. Not run it as a task.run, but instead add it directly to the code. Instead of doing test.channel chat message, we'll do on channel chat message. Wrong return type. Oh, it's a task. What? What? Oh, well, that's not good. Um, huh. But I don't understand why this is throwing an exception. I can't choose my threads. We're gonna just choose to ignore the very real problem. There are 4 of these threads. Hold on. I'm gonna detaskify it. I know why that's happening now. Because it fails, which throws an exception. Connected never gets set to true. What? Why is this causing it to fail? Okay, cool. Now I can now I can replace the OAuth token that I accidentally showed on stream. Oopsies. Turns out, if you step into those functions, even if it is a token, Visual Studio will just show it. Thanks, Microsoft. To be fair, it's probably extremely useful in nearly every other case. But as a streamer streaming software development, that's a problem. There's probably an attribute you can use to hide it. All right, I've updated the client secret, so that token definitely can't be valid anymore. Tracking's a little fucked, so it looks like I'm about to fall asleep. I honestly might do some gaming. Coalescence is doing a few weird things, but with the randomly crashing despite it not being an exception thing. So we're gonna move on to gaming. You already know what we're playing. That's right. We're playing everybody's favorite game of all time. That's right. We're playing RuneScape. Chat. I know you're excited. Um, I'll be honest. Did not expect there to be an update, so now I have to stall for like 4 minutes. Chat. It's wow. It's such a great game. RuneScape. Like RuneScape. I hardly know Scape. Uh, oh, I love seeing a download of 0. Why is this suddenly doing its rounds?